spark in her eye, stream in her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and control. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create, but Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean. She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, stream in her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and control. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever y'all may be. How are you today? I am... Oh, hold on. Oh, that's loud, isn't it? Let me turn my speaker down. Okay. So we are back on our bunny. And we are going to keep working on the grass. So we are just looking at this. So we've got our fence right here, and I think I said I want to use this color for our fence because it will stand out separately from that basket. And we did our little path on this side. We're not going to do one on this side because we have all this other going on. And I just want to, all right, where, I lost my other highlighter. Oh no, there it is. Okay. I just want to look, because I want to make sure, so all of this is going to be grass. So I think what I want to do, I used this really dark heathered here. Let me put these browns back that we used yesterday. They were still in my needle. I think I'm going to use that for this one here. I have a knot in it, so let's get that out. Thank you, Mark, for the check-in. How are you today?
Huh? Oh. You get it, Birdie's my body.
Good. I'm glad. It was bad, whatever it was.
Yeah, and then it finally straightened back out again. Can I just say God is brilliant?
Okay.
He showed me, if you turn it this way, it fits. And I went, oh.
Well, that's what I picked it up, and I started to mess with it, and then I thought,
Does
no, of
fit.
all people, he would have already figured that out.
And then I went in there and said, yeah, but how do I make it work on here? And he said, pick up your T-square and do this and do this. And I went, okay. And I went, oh,
Well, there
yeah,
you
that
go.
works.
There you
So-
go. Awesome.
They will be black.
Okay. So I do have more of this color. I'm just kind of... Yesterday I wasn't sure if I liked the mixture of the greens, but I do. When you look back, it looks really good. So today I'm just going to kind of pop them in sections and see how it goes. Probably should have done this. I'm rethinking this one for a minute. Hold on. We're going to take this out. Ta-da. All right, and I think I'm going to put this right here in between these two handles. Well, it's between these two, and if you look at this, it's really, really dark. So I am going to put it there. But the sun is coming from this side, so if it's going to be the dark, it needs to be over here under this foot, where his body is blocking it, not at the very front where there's nothing. It's what I'm thinking, but I could change it again. But I definitely want to use this here in between these two handles, because that would be very dark. And this could be dark here under the wheel. Or between the wheel spokes where it's sitting on it. So see, like, this probably should be the dark green, but we won't do that yet because I can't get to it. So let's take maybe this green that's not heathered. I have shipped internationally. It is, but not in a while, and the prices I saw the other day when I was at the post office are extremely expensive. A small box is like $61 here just for shipping. Now, I'm sure it can go much slower than that. I think that was more of the priority, so it gets there within a week. I'm sure there's slower shipping costs, but shipping is getting outrageous. Yeah, it would just depend on what size she does, and she can get the cost up front, like on Pirate Ship, or put, that information in and get an estimated cost. Yeah, I have no idea. I use Pirate Ship to figure out mine. So you could always download Pirate Ship and just see. What do you see, bud? What do you see? You tail flicking? Are there birds? Hello, Comfy. How are you?
By the way, those are finished.
Good. I am glad.
I have to say, I think they turned out really good.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And I've got her address already. I haven't heard from him yet. Well, I haven't sent him a thing either.
Okay.
Toy Rodeo's in here interrupting me.
Yep, that's what I do.
That's what he does.
That's what I do. And make stuff. Interrupt and make stuff.
Well, I am just working on grass. And we decided to make our grass like a patchwork. Because I have like, I think 12 different greens. So we're just kind of playing around. And I'm getting ready to higgly piggly because if you notice, I'm not paying attention. And what am I doing? I'm just going round and round. This is why I break it up, just to remind myself that we've got to break these pieces up. Some yarns are very slippery. And so you'll see me reach under here and grab because it's like it's not staying. Oops. Okay, so now I will go back in and just fill this in. Okay, cool. I like using pirate ship. With Etsy, I don't have to worry about shipping. They take care of that. And she does have an Etsy page, so she could ship it through there. She could do it as a custom. And then Etsy would take care of the shipping costs. But I do like pirate ship. When I have to ship myself, that's what I use. Okay, we're supposed to be a high of 88 today, but it is, I won't turn the heat on and it is cold. Hello, Gigi. How are ya? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. I lose track of days very easily. Did you have, is today chemo or was yesterday chemo? I've been thinking about you. Just want you to know. I always feel like there's just not much. I mean, my channel is not a fast-paced channel anyway, but I always feel like when I get to these kind of areas that it's just not really fun. We're not designing or picking colors or all of that, but it has to be done. For me, it's okay because I'm a completionist, but for others, it just may be boring. So don't forget, we have channel point caches. Y'all, there are one that is for me to read a true facts that sound like bull. And then there are some community channel point redemptions that for me to try something I haven't tried before. And I did get in 3 more things that I haven't done before that once we cash these in and get these 3 gone, then we will add those 3. So I think I am good for a little bit. Oops. I need to stick this on one of my roundy thingies so it just keeps unwinding as I go. Thank you, Cricket Bug, for your lurking. As always, I appreciate my lurkers so much. And for your check-in. All right. All right, give me just a second to step away.
I opened up the thing, copied and pasted it right out of our description. Huh? I didn't think about that.
Okay. I was eating cold pizza for breakfast, but the cold wasn't cutting it, so I had to zap it. I know. We've moved on to just leftover pizza now. We will qualify it as leftover. It was cold. I usually like it cold, but I don't know. It just didn't seem to have the flavor. Or maybe it's just the grease that I need. I'm sure that's it. This is a very slippery yarn, and so it's fighting me just a little bit. And I don't know why, again, my chair is turned sideways. I'm sitting on the edge of it. I really should scoot up and sit correctly. All right, so I know, I don't know why I do that. You know, I used to do that when I worked too. I would sit on the very edge of my chair at my desk. Thank you for your posture check. I so appreciate it. And thank you for the 8,000 for the cow. Have you checked your points lately? Let's see what your points say on the leaderboard. $65.50. Okay, I'm just gonna look because I think you're gonna. Thank you, Toy Rodeo. I think you will pass. I think you will pass her this week. Fancy. Let's see. Let's just see. Oh yeah. Fancy has 73.45. So you may surpass her this week. You could be top of the leaderboard by the end of the week. I wanted to see one more thing on that, but I shut it already. Hold on. I really need to make that a shortcut, don't I? The leaderboard. I think there's a widget I can put in there that will show the leaderboard too. Okay. Oh, don't say it out loud, she'll hear me. You think, yes, that's right. I say her name too many times and she shows up, doesn't she? Well, hello, Robert Easton one. How are you? How is your day going? I hope it is well. I always say your full name, but am I allowed to call you Robert? I don't think I've ever asked. Well, happy birthday! Happy birthday. We are having some April birthdays. Mark's birthday was last week. Fancy Puddings was last week. Yours this week. April is an awesome month. And you're still just a baby. 44. Just a baby. What are you doing for your birthday? Are you going to do something fun? Are you saving it for the weekend? Give us all the deets. Hold on, I've got a knot right here. I need to figure out some kind of birthday cake on-screen celebration that we can do for birthdays. Toy Rodeo hates to celebrate his birthday. But I make him anyway. I just tell him it's not for him, it's for everybody else to be able to celebrate him. So I make him celebrate his birthday even though he doesn't like it. I'm mean like that. And I shouldn't say he doesn't like it. That's just not something he puts any stock in. It's just not a big deal. He has fun when we celebrate. over in this dumb corner that I hate. Huh, Toy Rodeo, don't you love celebrating your birthday?
No. Because I don't get what I want for my birthday.
Which is what? Not to celebrate it.
Not to celebrate my birthday, just to hang out and just do my thing.
Yes, but
It's
we
my
all,
day.
but we hang out with you to celebrate you.
No, I don't need that, but.
Say you do, Daddy. You need it. You just don't know you need it.
How are you?
He just doesn't realize he needs to celebrate.
Yes, I do.
Are you trying to steal my kitty?
Yes.
Say, Daddy, there have been birds outside.
Birdies. If you've been getting the birdies.
Say, and Mommy filled up my feeder this morning, so I've had birds come see me.
Well, that's good.
Because Daddy wouldn't fill it up.
Nope, not my job.
It is your job.
No. Cat's spoiled already.
Are you spoiled, Binksy? Are you spoiled? That's just because you're the sweetest, most beautiful kitty in the world. Yeah. And Daddy's trying to steal you. Well, it's hump day. We're closer to the weekend. Although most of my days run together. Anybody have big plans? It's starting to get pretty outside. Or at least here. Let's see what our temps are supposed to. I know they're 88 today. It's supposed to be our high. And I don't mind those kind of temps if at night it cools back down. But when it's 110 during the day and then 90 at night, you had snow the last 2 days. Everything is white. Wow. So Gigi, what does your high usually get to, like the highest in summer that y'all get? See, we're 87, 86, 81, 84, 93 on Sunday. But we're still cooling back down into the 60s. And then we drop again, so we must have a cold front coming in. And they call it a cold front. But, you know, it may drop the temp 10 degrees, and we're happy with that. And then next week, back in the 70s. So that's still bearable. I'm hoping this is a cooler summer year. Because I don't know what we're going to do if my AC's running all the time and y'all can hear it. Because the return's right outside my door. Alright, so we finally got this section of green done. And I think is this the same as this one? Whoops. Hold on, I'm checking. Okay. So and this is greener than this one. This one's a blue green and then a green. And then a grass green, somewhere in the 90s in the summer highs. So when we lived in Ohio, we would have 1 week in August that would hit the 90s. But that was it. And we didn't have as much of the humidity, so it really wasn't that rough. Alright, I think I want to do I want this one or this one? I think I want, oh, I may do that back here and this here.
There's the one for the order. Done.
Let me check. Very good.
I copied and pasted it out of the description.
Yeah, I was concerned you pasted the quotation marks.
You so funny.
I know.
Because it's still a little damp.
Well,
But these are freaking awesome.
so tomorrow I'll take those when I go. And I think I'm going to do just a little bit of that there. So I completely quit working on this back here. But that's all right. We'll do that in a little bit. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to take this one. And I think I'm actually going to stop this one about right here. This is just a little off, but a little brighter. So we may not like it up against this one, so we'll see. Let's see what we think. This may need to be even darker than what we're going with right here. There's not enough of it to see yet, is there? All right, I'll do another round. Our trees are fully budded, and I need my grass to grow in one area. They had to dig up a area that they had put a drain in, but when they put the drain in, they nicked the main line, so they had to come back out, fix that. So now they've torn up my grass all over the place. So I've put seed down, and I'm hoping that'll take, I know you're not really not supposed to seed till the fall, but I'm hoping it will fill in that horrible grass dead spot that they have now. I'm looking at this on screen, and you really cannot tell much of a difference on screen, although this is brighter, and I can see just a little bit of the shade difference on the screen. to take this here and then to this little dab right here. And then I may take this to put under this wheel. We'll see. We will see. I talked to my daughter yesterday, and she was talking about the rug I'm making her, and she wants to design one. So they went to Fiji for their honeymoon, so she wants to design a rug that is Fiji inspired for me to do. And then she was talking about the one for her entry, and I reminded her, if she does not get her act together and get that to me soon, it will not get done before we go to see her for her birthday. So she needs to get it together. She was like, I know. It's just the flower one. It's like mine, except I think she wants all daisy petals, and she hasn't measured to tell me the size that she needs. But she wants it in the brights, like what I've got going. Alright, so now we probably should break this up a little. To move these grays out of the way. Uh-oh. I'm out of my drink. Let me grab here. I brought one with me, an extra one. Alrighty. Okay, I'm even a little cold today. I'm getting goosebumps. Oh, I'm not. That one jumped right out at me. going to bring this green to right here also. All right, so I'm going to leave that one. I think that is good. I'm going to take this green. I don't know, this may be. Okay, I think I'm going to change my mind on that. And the reason why is because this is a dark and this is a dark, and I don't want this is going to show as a dark. In fact, let's take a picture of these right here. So let's just look. This will be a light, which we know. And this one is a light. And this is more of a medium, and these are showing as a dark. Let's look at that and see what we think. Really, almost all of these are all the same darkness. Let me show you. You can see how these are all in that same family. And then these are lights. I need now this one's a medium. These are all darks. Are you a medium? These may switch. My problem is I really don't have medium greens. All right. Hopefully we'll have enough of this to finish this section. Because I thought I had... I may have to go back up on my ladder to see if somehow I have some medium greens. I'm okay with the darks where they are because of the cart and because of him standing there blocking the sun. What I'm doing with this one is I am going just around and around because I don't think I'm going to have enough of this. So I'm just going to take this until it runs out. Whatever Classy said, she's going to give me one with my name on it. And then he can't take it. I know. I will have my very own and people can't take it away from me. And they can't complain when I'm up on it. I am going to trim a little section of that off to put it with my label so I know what one that is. Toy Rodeo, have you seen it? The roadmap for D4? Because you know I don't pay any attention. I will just play when it comes out. But I am just about to clear all the dungeons and do my little completionist stuff. Alright, so let me jump up on the ladder real quick. Hold on. See if I have any greens shoved back in the back. See, that jalapeno is too dark too, I think. Alright, so let me plug in this basket one more time. is this. This is really cool because it's got some pops. I got this in Ireland. I love this. But it's got some pops of color, which would make it almost look like flowers. I think I'm going to use that at the back on this one side. But I'm not seeing let me get, I have one more basket I can look at. You know, because I have lots. I have lots and lots and lots. Let's see what I have. Ooh, let's see what this is. Dropping stuff, but that might work. It's not quite as bright as the bright line. Oh wait, what's this? All right, I have lots of greens. Green's one of my faves. This is probably a medium. So let's look now through our camera. Yep, that works. So you can see these two are lights, mediums, and then all the rest of those are darks. So that at least gives me a couple of mediums to break it up with now. And this, I mean, I could use that, but I think it's just too bright. All right, I'm going to take this and put it in the center of this one. And then I think I'm going to use that here, or I may go with this green here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this one. This one's awful bright too, but maybe in small pops, maybe mixed with one of the other ones. Oh, cool. So you can't tell a lot of difference. There is a tiny difference in the colors here, but not a lot, so that works out well. It'll be interesting to see what people say about update coming out since everybody hated PoE2 so much. I hope they're making sure theirs is running well. Okay, so that is that. Yep, I'm going to do this one. And I'm going to take that all the way over here. So this one's going to be a while. And then we're going to take it off our frame, and instead of going over here and doing the rest of the grass, I'm going to go up, do the little bit of grass that we still have at the top, and then the house. I'm probably going to cut it off about right here because I can't get all the way over. Also going to improve Nightmare Dungeons and Infernal Hordes leading up to the next expansion when leaderboards and player rankings will be added. Well, there you go. Well, that's not a goal of mine because we know I'll never hit the leaderboards or the player rankings. We don't want to see my ranking. But for those that take it seriously, that will be fun. Oh, I will as I complete everything. boards or whatever for completing pole sections. So that's cool. Well, hello. How is everyone? Shadow Stream supporters rating from Discord. Very cool. Well, Portia, how are you? Welcome in Carl, the Witchy Broadcast, Silver the Diamond Witch, Tina. How are y'all? You're a streamer community that raids from Discord. We like to go around and say hi to new people and make new friends. Today we've come to see you. We raided you from Discord so your alerts didn't catch us. That is true. Welcome in Pixie Vita. Thank you, Portia. I am making progress, but when you get on an area that's big, it's like, oh. I am good today, Witchy Broadcast. How are you? How is everyone? Well, I happen to have, let me tell you, that we had done a March Madness brackets on our channel, and your very own Practical Portia was the runner-up. And we have made her trophy, and it is going in the mail tomorrow for our channel. There it is right there. And she was the runner-up. How great is that? I know, she did well. She did well. She was right up there picking Florida as the winner, and Florida won, so she got that. So that's being mailed out to your Portia tomorrow. Well, welcome in. I don't know if you know what I do. I am making, this one is going to be a wall piece, but I make rugs with punch needle. So if you're familiar with tufting, mine is the manual equivalent to that, except I do not cut my loops. So my loops are on the other side, and so therefore I don't have to use the glue that they do and the backing and all of that. The bunny, let me flip over to my OBS. Let me show you. I will increase this so you can see what our little pattern is looking like. And because you can't always see, oh. Well, I will hold up because of course we just went into a commercial. I was not paying attention, was I? I was not paying attention. Okay, y'all let me know when you are back from ads, because I did not realize that was going to go off there. Hello, OGT Nasty. How are you? Thank you for coming in with the raid, and thank you for chatting. Hope you're well. All right, are we all back from the ad? So, this is the I'm doing well, thank you. You're just working. Well, work is fun some days, but it's hump day. So here is the pattern that I'm doing. For those of y'all that have not seen punch needle, this is the back. We are working on the back, so our loops will be on the front. And right now we're working on the grass at the bottom. The bunny's head and his little belly that is poking out between the basket and the jacket are done in velvet. So that's where we are right now. We're going to do this last little bit of green, and then we're actually going to take it off my frame, flip it over so y'all can see it from the front side, trim up my tails, because I go ahead and push my tails through when I start, and then we're going to move it up on my frame, and we're going to work on the fence and the house and some of that. So that is what the pattern is. My cat has disappeared, but he is usually laying there watching the birds out the window, and he is a Bengal. So that is why you have that on your screen. So like I said, if you watch tufters, then I'm doing basically the same thing a tufter is, just manually, and my loops don't get cut, where with their guns it automatically cuts their loops, so then they're down to just a small piece of yarn for each little punch. Because I don't cut my loops, mine is a continuous thing and does not pull out easily, so I don't have to trim it or put the glue on the back. I don't have to do the backing. If I don't want to do those things, I don't have to. Now, I will tell y'all the other type of rugs that I make. It is called traditional rug hooking. It's not latch hooking. Latch hooking is still using short pieces of yarn, and it ties the little knot around the line. This is actual rug hooking, and you don't use yarn. You use... So they do. That's why they have to glue it. So they glue the whole back. If you've ever seen them do that, they leave it on their frame, put glue on the whole back. Then they have to put another piece of fabric on top of that, and so that nothing gets caught from the underneath and pulls. And then they sew the edges down with binding tape. So because it's glued and because there's a backing on it, they don't have a lot of room to move. But if you pulled from the front, they would come out. Like if a cat kneaded on your rug, I would think at some point it would come out. So they have to go to those extra steps that I do not. Now, I also do rug hooking, so you use fabric. You can go buy, at the thrift store, go buy wool skirts, go buy wool shirts. We don't have a lot of that heavy wool stuff here in Texas, so you don't find a lot of it, but you can then buy just wool fabric, wash it, get it a little felted, and then you cut strips. And so what I'm doing is I keep my one hand underneath at all times, and I'm just kind of keeping a hold of it so I can constantly wrap the hook as it goes around it, and I just do that. So I'll show you right here. So you pull your tails up. I would be working from the front if I were doing this process instead of from the back, and you literally are bringing up loops. Now these, except I got stuck on a piece of thread, these are what you would call heirloom pieces. These would last forever. It's wool, it will wear well on the floor, just like, you know, any very expensive rug that you purchase. And you just keep pulling those loops. And it just makes a bunch of little loops, and I will show you that. And the cool thing is, anytime you change your mind on something, you just rip it out like that and just run your finger over it, and it goes right back to where it was. So if you're interested, I will show you a couple of different rugs. So this first one, hello, and is it Zycerin? I don't know how to say that, so please tell me how to pronounce it, because I don't ever want to pronounce somebody's name wrong. Y'all always correct me. So this rug, no, I do not, because it's the same thing. They're in loops, and all the tails are to the front, so they don't snag either, because they're in big sections. So this rug is going to be in my office, and I pronounced it nicely. Danny also works. Awesome. Thank you very much for telling me that. Well, welcome in. So this is a punched rug. So it's punched from the back, and then now this is the front. Here is what happens with the punched rugs. They have a little more cleanup on the front, because you can tend to punch into your other color and you lose your lines. So as you see, this is you can see the lines really well. This end of it I haven't gotten to yet. So can you see the difference in how this one looks so much rougher, and you don't have the black lines cleanly like you do on this one here? That is what I have to clean up after the fact on punching. So I just will go through, and you can see it's there. You just have to get to it and pull it up and make sure it's all cleaned. So where you see the tufters go in with their carvers, I can't do that because I have all these loops, and so it doesn't slide across mine easily. That is a punched one from the front. Let me show you a hooked one from the front. All right, Tina, thanks for the lurk. We appreciate it. All right, so this is one that I am almost done with. And so you should be able to see the loops a little more prominently. One thing about, thank you, Portia. The one thing about whether it is punching or hooking, there is a direction to it. You can see the direction because you have loops where, thank you, where when you tuft, because it's cutting each piece and there's no loop, you see no direction. It's just a flowing rug, right? And they look really cool. With mine, you can see the loops going in a direction here.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for the follow, OGT Nasty. I appreciate it. And then tell me how, if you go by your full name, if you go by a nickname, let me know, please. So what happens with this, because you're not cutting your loops, is when you get like to my background here, you don't see that directional that you see here, right? And that's because I'm purposefully twisting and turning my loops as I do them to make sure this blends and there's no pattern in it. So if it was directional, if I was just going round and round and round and round, then this whole shape would keep coming out like this, and you would see that. So your eye would go here to your biggest color, not to your focal point. So by making this not have any direction, and these, of course, they're leaves, so you know they're going to grow in a direction, right? So by having direction here and no direction here, then your eye is immediately drawn to the pattern that you want to be drawn to, not to the background. So thank you so much. So that is what I do. I do a lot of this. I also, as soon as I get done with this bunny, I am going back to a large 45-inch rug that I am doing for my daughter. Well, I understand. Here's my philosophy. You need to have a lot of different crafts, so when you have to put one in timeout, you have a choice of what one you pick up next. I do have a philosophy for that. So this one I am working on, and this will go back on my frame as soon as I am done with my bunny. And this is actually going to have, if you can see from the back, there's one more border that goes around the whole thing. And then this one is going to have scalloped edges. I know, I love my philosophy. I think it's perfect. I think everybody should have lots of things to try and do. So that is what I do predominantly. I hope you find something that interests you. Please ask questions. I love to discuss it. I love to teach about it. I also, not very often, but the other form of punching is Russian punch or ultra punch. So it's the same thing. Y'all may have heard of that, but this uses embroidery floss instead of yarn. And like on this one, you can grow the needle all the way out to there. So what that does is it makes your loops on the front punch longer. So think of shag carpeting, right? And so when you're doing a small piece with the needle that high, it's going to make it look much more watercolory, much softer, because your loops are higher and there's not quite as much definition. And one of those pieces looks something like this. So it's like cross stitch, or for me, I now replaced cross stitch with this because I'm older. My eyes are, I do way too much close up and my eyes get too tired, and I like working with the fine Aida cloth. So my cross stitch patterns were getting a little blurry. So I switched to this. It still kind of gives that look without the X's, of course, but you're still using your DMC floss. It's still fine and small, and it's just exactly the same principle as what you see me doing largely here. So when I talked about the directional hooking, I said you don't want direction in your background, right? So my cart has direction. My handles have direction because they're, wood. You would expect them to have a wood grain. But my background, I don't want to have any direction. Now, what happens with me is I get to talking to y'all, or I'm reading chat as I'm doing this, and I will tend to just keep going round and round and not paying any attention. So I break mine up as soon as I do my outline, and I always outline every color once. Then I go through and just kind of make these little rabbit trails and break these little sections off. So then I know to just fill in that section. And like this is a big section, and I may turn around and go, okay, I don't want this one to be this big. And so let's break this off again. And I don't do them in straight lines. I kind of wiggle them around a little bit, just enough to not have direction. So what you see here is what I did here, and you do not see any lines going this way. This is very higgly-piggly. That's what it's called, higgly-piggly. And so this way, if I am going to keep going round and round and not pay attention, at least I'm only doing it in little sections at a time and it doesn't show. So Portia, explain to me about your Discord. What do you do on it that you do different than on Twitch? And so I just cut these off. I do have a lot of tails because I do it this way, but that's all right. I would rather cut off a bunch of tails. And so what I do is I pull my tail all the way through right then. You'll see me when I put my first one in, my hand will go underneath, and I'll pull that tail all the way through. There's a lot of people that will take it and do this, leave their tail up, and continue back to, and then just keep punching. And then cut their tail off on the top, and then at the end they go through and take each one of these and push them through. I just think that's a waste of time. I think if you just grab it and pull it through at the beginning, then you can keep going. And you lose that one extra step. Plus, then I know all my tails got to the right side, and I didn't miss any. And then that's what I do here also, is once I'm done with it, I leave it in there. I go down, pull, just hold on to the loop that I punched, cut it here, and pull that on through. And now all my tails are on the top. You never want to leave your tails on the bottom, especially if you're not gluing, because if it does slide across the floor or whatever and catches something, then it will pull those loops out. But it is hard to pull them out from the front. It's much easier to pull them out from the back. So again, just like reach under, pop that through there. And with punch needle, if you get frustrated because, let's say, well, here, let me show you in just a second. Let me finish this little area and I'll show you. Usually your issues are very, very small. People get very frustrated because they say they're not staying in the, they're not punching through and staying. Now, you will get some yarns that are slippery, or you might get a yarn that is not the right size for your needle. But let's say you're punching along, right? And then all of a sudden, so you can see, these all made little loops. Can y'all see that? I don't know if y'all can see that. They all made little loops. And then all of a sudden, you're punching along, and all it's doing is making this long line, but it's not going into the thing. You can put your finger right under it. Okay, all that means is somewhere your yarn got snagged. So either it's under your arm. Mine, I usually have a cart. I have a cart right here, and usually my yarn is off to the side of me in my cart. But I've been playing with all these grains today, so it will get wrapped around my scissors and get stuck, or it's not coming out of the skein easily. And that is why you're having a problem. It's not that you're doing something wrong. It's just a very, very simple fix that really frustrates people, and they stop doing it. So that is all it is. I did use a yarn earlier that was a little slippery, and so all I do is, if it seems to have big bumps on the back, I just go in and pull and just kind of tug those down, because you want your back flat, because all your loops should be on the front side. And then what I did while ago is I use this trick for knitting, crochet, you know what, really just about anything that you have to look at your colors. Okay, awesome, thank you. Y'all have a great day. I enjoyed having you here. Hello, Bish. How are ya? Oh, thanks, Robert. Sometimes it gets very quiet here, and I know a lot of people will add this on to their when they're working. They can work and have this at the background. Sometimes there's a lot of talking, sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's a lot of talking about food, books, true crime, you never know. But a lot of times it can be quiet and we just enjoy the music as we punch. And it becomes like a little visual ASMR. I am good today, sweetie. What did you get your molded thing done? I just shut my window to you because I had you up while I was streaming. Bye. If y'all don't follow Bish, he is a tufter. He's one of the ones I was explaining the other process about. Clay is dry now, but it just isn't when you stream something different. Just Philip streams, you know. Yeah. Well, you shouldn't feel stupid. Why don't you paint on stream? Can you not paint? Do a new painting. You are welcome. For some reason, my Frosty Tools likes to time out really fast, so I can't save all of mine for one thing unless I turn my Frosty Tools off and just do my stream elements. You just wanted to clay. Okay, well. And you know what? They don't come there really to see exactly what you're doing. They come there to hang out with you. That's what you have to remember. And you have a great community and great chat. And so just, you know, don't put the pressure on yourself. They just come to hang out with you. I do know, but I give myself those same talks. because like right now the greens are just kind of boring, right? Yeah, and you can. Yeah, and that's one of the things I have to be really careful about is not just zoning out, right? Where you really just get ultra focused. And if it's something that you have to be ultra focused on, that may not be what you want to do on stream. And some of those more excuse me, more creative things are not something you want to focus on stream when you need to concentrate. But you could always start a complicated rug. What if you did a big complicated rug that took a while? Anything that you have lurking in your brain that you want to do that you don't because it's more complicated and will take longer? Nothing yet. And you probably overthink things and are harder on yourself than anybody else would be on you. I used to have a boss that, you have to do those dumb self-reviews before your review. I hated those things. But my boss would laugh at me and go, "You are always so much harder on yourself than anybody else would ever be." I'm like, well, then don't make me do this. All right, and trying to see. All right, how many of y'all I know? Let me see if I can do this one. I have to spell it right. Well, at least now I know what goes with your fries, so I feel much better about you going and making fries. And do you really, are y'all a creature of habit? You have kind of a theme set for each day? Just the Wednesdays. Okay, thank you. you lurk away. Alright, if y'all are back from commercial, who else is actually a streamer that has come in here today? Because one, am I following you? And two, I will shout you out at some point because Frosty can be a little frosty sometimes about shout outs, but please let me know if you are a streamer and I haven't shouted you out. Because I know the ones that are. I see Comfy in there. I'll get her a shout out. And you know, it did not shout out Practical Portia either when she came in, because she came in from a different way. Let's see if it's going to let me keep going. It's slowing down a little bit. I am only 4 away from 200. Woohoo! Just a little bit more on this green, and then we're taking it off our frame. All right, I am going to go ahead and let's move all these greens. I don't even know where I'm gonna put them. Hold on. I'm gonna move all of this. Okay. We have to be careful as we're pulling it off our frame. You have to pull it off the right way. All right, so let's, and I just probably made myself bleed. So these are all my tails, right, that we pulled through. And so we're just cutting these off. Okay, so there is part of our grass. We have, hold on, we have little strings that have gotten snagged from the edge right here. And so now they're trying to hang up on us. Just grabbing a couple of those little ones that stick and bite me. You can see I hit myself a minute ago, and so I'm bleeding. Okay. So that is the front part of our grass. And what I'm going to do is we're going to, see, right there. Alright, and so now we want to pull this down. Okay, hold on. I'm putting my foot against my frame to move this over. Alright, so I'm just trying, actually, I'm trying to stay away from my frame, right, so I can punch. So I'm just going to pull that up. All right, and I think we're going to be able to get to all of that. All right, now let me find my cover again so I don't bleed. Oh, when was the last time I took a drink? I don't know. Now, of course, this is spring, so this picture still has bare trunks on trees. Sorry, I'm trying to tighten that, and let's move it back up. Move me back up. Okay. So we still have these three little sections of grass. And I think I want to use this one right here. I want to use this one here, and I may use it here. Let's see. So well, we've lost my needle. We have lost our punch. Did it fall? Yep, it fell on the ground. Okay. This is a straight line, but I'm not gonna, unless we did that as a sidewalk, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna just come down a little bit. I don't like that it's straight. I've lost my scissors. Okay. can y'all see? Making sure y'all can see what we're doing. Okay. All right, now what I am gonna do is put this up against this because it has some of that color in it. Should look pretty good. Okay, why are you being difficult? Okay. So let's set our greens aside. Let's go ahead and do this fence. Alright, we're trying to get these straight. So I was just looking back over chat. And as I Sarah had asked how long this usually takes me. And it does depend on the size, and it depends on how much detail. Like this one has a lot of shading, a lot of different colors. This one I have worked on, I was trying to think. Let me see. I can almost tell you because I only work on it online. And so I would say I am about 25 hours into this piece right now. So I keep forgetting, I usually have a counter that shows how long I've worked on it. This one has slowed me down a little bit because I didn't have my pickers. I didn't have my colors chosen prior. We've kind of worked on it as we've gone and kind of guessed and played with colors, and so this one's taken me a little longer that way. But 25 hours is about right. Alright, so now that I've outlined the whole thing, I'm just going to fill in. And this one I am going to go straight up and down because it's a fence, so your eye would assume that the grain runs a certain way, right? had one of the arm things?
That's all that. No.
Oh.
It's poor guy. There's a poor guy out there loading in the back of the thing.
Well, at least he'll be gone.
Looks like he's by himself. I'm sure there's somebody in there driving though. Anyway, yep. Hopefully it'll be gone by the end of the.
Cool. Oh, hold on. We've got a little funky piece here. So what I'm trying to decide now is, do I take this same color and do the trim on the windows, or do I find another color to do the trims? Because we've still got a roof. We still have a chimney. And we still have the house. So the house I'm going to do cream and white. All right. I was trying to think. Well, we know we're going to do white and cream. I think I'm going to do black. You're back. Yay. What do you think about, I think I'm going to do the house in white and cream. Cream for the shadowy areas, white for the actual house. And I'm thinking about doing all the trim in black. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. Because we have so much color in the eggs. And we have so many browns. So that's what I'm doing right now, is we're going to do this window and see what we think. Yeah, I think so too. I think that'll pop. I always love old white houses with the black trim. So I'm just going to try it. I think it'll work. And I think what I'm going to do, so like, this is really a shadow, kind of from him, right? Not necessarily, so I'm going to do that kind of in a creamy, and then do the house itself in white. And then where this wall is, this is turned to the side. This is actually the side of the house, the corner. So I'm going to do this in a cream. Ah! I'm attached. Hold on. So I'm going to move this line just a little bit.
That's peculiar.
What is?
They took everything except for your canning.
They left it?
Look. They took everything except for that box of canning stuff.
Why?
Well, I assume they assumed it was some sort of chemical or something.
Oh.
And so they wouldn't take them.
Okay, well,
So I'm going to throw it in regular trash.
Yeah.
It's just citric acid.
So because I'm trying to decide if I want to go much thicker than this with the black. Or would I rather make the window itself a little wider? And I think I will. Actually. Right, that's what I was kind of thinking. But I think I want to put, like, you know, yellow in the windows to make it look like light. Or at least down here in this window. So I'm kind of thinking I want to keep it so I did go 3 rounds on this side and I kept this at 1. So this one is much wider, and then of course we don't even see the edge on that one. And then this window, it's just the opposite. It has a fatter side on this side and less on that side, which would seem weird to me. I am always adjusting. Thank you, Portia, for the check-in. I think this is a cute window. It's got a little funky area at the top. know my arms are too short to reach up here. Alright, hold it because I'm trying to reach up here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have to flip my frame around because I cannot reach for the trim. So give me just a second to loosen my frame. Alright, and then now we're upside down. But this is the trim. I'm just looking. Okay. So okay, cool. Yeah, I think that would be perfect. I mean, look how slow I am. And people actually, you know, stay in here and watch. So do something that challenges you a little bit, right? You never know, you might find a new style you like on tufting. In fact, somebody was asking earlier how long something like this takes me, right? And so far, I have 25 hours in on this one piece. So you're just going to go into this with a different mindset. I probably will. I think what I'm going to end up doing is everything I've done that isn't already taken, I'm probably, other than a couple that I'm keeping for me, I will probably put out there. Because you never know. And if it doesn't sell, then I'll use it. But, you know, once you put your price out there after you've worked on something for 40 hours, I mean, they wouldn't want to work a 40-hour week for $100, right? So I probably will list it, but we'll see. Alright, I'm looking at this upside down. Thank you, Mark, for the hydrate. You're getting there. We still have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Alright, I think I'm trying to decide. I think we're gonna do this, and if we don't like it, we can take it back out. And that's true. What I think what I don't do is I don't worry about it, because I really believe it's the right person that comes along that wants it, that it's just right for whatever it is, you know. Like this one, I threw this one up on Etsy, and it was only, so let's see, it was about 17 by 22, so it wasn't real big, but you know, someone paid $500 for it. So well, is that because you feel guilty, Bij, that you spend money on your craft? Or is it that you just don't have room for it? You have to think about, what is your mindset, right? What is it about that that's bothering you? So here's the thing. You want the craft to sustain itself. You have room for stocking them. Well, so you'll slow down right now, right? Because you're going to do a big piece, and oh wait, it already does sustain itself. So you're going to do a big piece, so that's going to take a while. So you won't be adding a bunch of extra rugs at the moment. Now, when I have 11 over here that need to be finished, then I start to feel a little bad, which is why I'm doing finishing Fridays at the moment. But here's the thing. If you went to an art gallery, are those people taking bottom dollar for their art? What you do is special. What y'all do is time consuming. And there will be somebody out there that will value it. But if you're giving it away for hardly anything, or just your cost of supplies, then not only are you devaluing yourself, but you're devaluing anybody else that is doing the same thing. Right? I haven't looked at your website, and of course I don't know if you have it listed where it's in US dollars, and I don't know what y'all call your money. But if you look, I mean, Artsy Madwoman, she's not charging piddly for her stuff. And And I go on Etsy and look. Of course, on Etsy, I'm shocked at some of the things that they're selling, like, that aren't original, right? That are like cartoon characters or Pokemon or, and you look at those kind of rugs. Oh, it's just euros. So, I think that's part of it too, is as a community, we don't want to devalue each other. And if we all did that, then the license stuff, how do they get away with that? I just want to know how they get away with that. But I think as a community, if we would all hold true to not underestimating our worth, then it would get to where people would get used to paying it. And even Etsy, the mindset on Etsy used to be that it is handmade, and that was the whole point Etsy was started, right? I think in some ways it's gotten away from that, and people just want to buy. They don't want to pay those prices anymore, but I just hold fast. Well, they do. They say, like, I don't know, green frog, right? Or whatever, and it, But I watched a YouTube video on a girl, I think she was in the UK, and y'all may have seen it, where all of a sudden her Etsy was shut down. Shipping is rough, isn't it? Oh, no, that's not as bad as... Yeah, and so this girl goes into her Etsy account, and it's locked. And she hadn't been moving money out, so all that money was locked, everything was locked, because there's attorneys out there. So I guess I researched this, but so I guess there's somebody in France that owns the smiley face, and so whoever came up with the smiley face in the cartoon a million years ago did not copyright it. So somebody else came in and copyrighted it or trademarked it or whatever it was. And so these attorneys go in and flag Etsy accounts and do a lawsuit. And there's only like 2 states in the U.S. you can do it in. And one of them is, it may be Indiana. It's an I state. I think it's Indiana. And they go to these courts, and they come in with this list of 500 Etsy stores, and they file that with the court that they're suing all of them on behalf of trademark laws. So Etsy just goes in and shuts those accounts down. It's just like YouTube. You have to prove that you're not the one doing something wrong. They lock you out, and then you have to prove it. They don't research it at all and say, no, that's not true. So her account was shut down because it said she had violated copyright or trademark infringement, and um, there was a lawsuit against her. She didn't even find that out until she went into Etsy. Then come to find out she gets served with the papers. She's in the UK. This is happening in the US. She sells macrame plant holders. Not a single one has a smiley face anywhere on it. So she's like, I can't fight this. To get an attorney in the US is going to cost this much money. All my money is locked up here. I have no revenue coming in, nothing. Well, she found a forum that had other people on it that were talking about it too, and several of those were from outside the U.S. So it ended up that a German attorney said he would take the case for these 20 or 30 that had found each other and were going to fight the thing, and that way it would be less for each one if they all fought it together. And the attorney said he would take the case. So he filed the papers in Indiana for them. And as soon as he filed the papers, though, the company that had filed against him dropped the charges immediately. So what they found out was that these attorneys are making money for this company that owns the smiley face by filing against 500 at a time. Then if you fight back from outside the US, they drop them almost immediately, because they just picked a random 500 accounts and turned that in. And then they wait for you to prove that you didn't do it or that you don't have the trademark. And then 9 times out of 10, people will pay in the US the $500 penalty to get their account undone, versus fighting it going, I don't do smiley faces. So they make money on all these accounts that just want their accounts open back up, and they're willing to pay. And they say they do it over and over and over. And it was very scary. So you just have to beware of all those different things. Okay, I think since I'm doing the house in white with cream in the shadows, black for the trim, I think I'm going to do the roof and the fireplace in grays. That's what I'd be thinking. Yeah, I mean, she was just, it was very, very interesting. Did I get any of the facts wrong, Biz? Because I only watched it once, but I was shocked. These are the same color. Yeah, so, but he was not the one that created the smiley face. That's what's funny. It was an American cartoonist that created it. You're just a tufter, so that doesn't attract you to do. Do I have a darker gray? I do. Look at me. So I'm going to outline with this darker gray. So, Biz, have you decided then what you are going to do as a detailed piece? Do you know what detailed piece you want to do? Do you already have something in mind? Or are you going to draw something new? So yeah, that Harvey did not trademark his smiley face. No idea. Is there a scene, a picture from your travels that you've taken that would inspire you? So a much more detailed, beautiful bouquet. Yeah. So a spring bouquet that would have lots of different colors, where you have a lot of shading and different flowers. So kind of like what you kind of like your community one, but with pretty things that you pick and not whatever the community picks. And a really pretty vase. But better, yeah. Yeah, so now that I decided to do this black and my roof with the grays, I'm glad I did that gray gravel sidewalk, because that will blend. That'll be a nice touch. And I may do a little green moss growing up the fireplace. Binks is so sleepy tired today, he hasn't even come over and tried to get on my frame or ask for more treats or anything. I almost forgot he was there. Oh, bud. I'm kind of envisioning this as a Jane's sleeping. She had chemo yesterday. I did not know that she was sick. She popped in last night and told us she had a great day with her mom yesterday during a Toy Rodeo stream. And you're tired of being tired? You know that pretty little moss that grows? I love that pretty little moss. I think it's a brighter green like this. Oh, Binks, yeah. It's just it's a rough life, isn't it? He's tired from being tired. It's just so. He goes from here to in the guest bedroom in the afternoons when I'm moving around and not sitting still. And then if Toy Rodeo and I are both in his office, then he'll go get in the chair behind the curtain. And then once I move to the bedroom, he then comes in and gets in the bed for a little while. But they are jaguars like to sleep in caves. So he likes to be completely surrounded at nighttime. We cannot get him to stay on the bed with us. Yeah, I had no idea that she was sick. I hope that it's helping and will fix the problem and that it doesn't wear her out too much. Just make sure her immune system stays up. She's my birthday buddy. Alright, now I'm working upside down. But I'm going to do that little pop of, and I guess it could look like ivy or moss or whatever, and then I'll probably put a couple of other pops on the roof here somewhere, like it's growing on the roof. Because you know, April's a rainy season, right? Or it's supposed to be. I don't live in an area, although last week was rainy, wasn't it? So let's real quick grab I think I'm going to go this pale yellow. And let's just pop that in a window and see what it looks like. I was going to go with the bright gold, but I don't think I want that. I want a really soft glow. Oh, you got an idea. I knew it wouldn't take long. I had faith. Yeah, I think that would be awesome. And then just stay out of the mindset that you have to hurry. Take your time with it. Enjoy the process. You can have a masterpiece. And it would set you apart a little bit more from regular tufters, right? That do small rugs, not much in the way of. Now, I do like the way Artsy Mad Woman was doing her heart yesterday with the gradients, but yeah, so but for the most part, things don't have that kind of work to them, right? Most of the tufters do simple designs. And I get why. But there's no telling. You could start a new trend. A new way to look at tufting. Yes, and most do license, and I don't know how they get away with it. That's what Toy Rodeo, because we watch YouTube videos at night, like, right, Quantastic, and some of those that are just a compilation of arts things, right? And he keeps going, how do they get away with this? And I said, they either have to be selling them at like fairs, right, where people can walk off with it right then, or commissions and know people, because some of those, I don't know how you get away with it. Yeah, you are. And Disney, I would think Disney watches their stuff, right? I would think Disney cracks down pretty easily. And if you're doing the same as everybody else, then what makes you stand out from everybody else, right? It's going to be whoever has it for the cheapest price. That's what people are going to pay. Not for the talent and for the uniqueness of the item. See? Yeah, that does not surprise me. And I'm surprised that it has taken this long to get a cease and desist, especially if they were doing Disney. Now, some of the other ones, maybe not so much, but Disney is usually pretty on their stuff. Alright, so we have a very warm house that has light in all their windows. That's what I'm going with here. Now, if I had really wanted to, I would have put drapes in and all that, but I don't. want to get that detailed. Yeah, and I was lurking, but I was enjoying the conversation going on in Artsy's yesterday about YouTube and, what can you do? YouTube is hard. Like I get I get several thousand views on my shorts. That's never a problem. But I think I still have 8 followers or something like that on YouTube. It's just a hard one to crack. My shorts do well, but nobody follows, right? And out of several thousand, I get like 5 likes. I don't know. I really use YouTube as a storage for my videos, because if they're on YouTube, then I don't have to keep them on my computer, and Twitch only keeps them for 2 weeks, so. Do they act like you're too blunt, or are they just all shocked that they didn't think of that and you did, and they're just jealous? Yeah, they sugarcoat. Well, that's probably mostly Americans, right? And everything has to be so. All right, so this is going to be my roof here. And I think I'm going to trim it. Well, they wouldn't have asked the question if they don't want the answer, right? That's what I always think. You ask the question, you're going to get the answer. Or don't ask me. I have a shirt that says something like, if you don't want my sarcasm, don't ask me the question. I don't think, well, I may do this in spots, but I am going to outline the whole thing, and I am right up against my frame here. And you add the why. Hello, sis. How are you?
sticking your butts to the window? You can't see birdies with your butt sticking to the window.
He says, "I tired, Daddy."
Are you tired, my boy? This is a big day.
Yeah, I've been chasing birds all morning.
Well, I love you, but I'm hungry. So I'm going to eat a little bit of pizza. The child. Oh,
All right, I'll be there in just a few.
yeah, I'm not
I'm
worried.
just finishing this outline. Yeah, all of that's yours.
Yeah, I tried canceling that thing 3 times yesterday. It would not cancel.
Well, I did at least get part of the housework done, which is what I wanted to do. I think I'm going to outline these 2 last little areas. Oops. going to go raid. Let me, hold on. Let's looky here. Alright, I am going to turn off my music. And thank you for the raids today, for the follows, for the channel points, and I hope, thank you Biz, you too, and I hope to see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Whoops, let me fix this. All right, here we go.
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling a cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and control. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
Here is just everything.
got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
Starting to recover.
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning, quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and control. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
Clips with the two of you.
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling a cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
So here's
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live, oh what a sight. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, creating gold. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
we'll put something on top of it.
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end, okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end of K. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, laugh, and spin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Toy rodeo might peak, he's got a clue that Candace is faster than a racing crew. With a laugh and a wink, she punches on through, and that rug's done before you can say phew. Punch that rug, weave that thread. Candace is miles ahead. Even if Binks decides to play, she's still wrapping up rugs by the end of the day. Rug punch queen, create and go. Candace's style, bold and controlled. Punch, weave, latch, and spin. Create the Candace always wins. Yeah, punch it, weave it, thread it right. Candace is crushing it every night. With Binks by her side, she's quick and clean. Toy rodeo is also a cool bean.
Okay.
She's got a needle in her hand and a spark in her eye, streaming her world where the threads fly high. Punching and weaving, making it right. Create when with Candace is live tonight. She's got patterns bold, colors that sing, rug punching magic, doing her thing. Even when Binks takes a snooze on her mat, she's still punching fast, ain't got time for that cat. Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam. Even if Binks lays right in her way, she'll finish that rug by the end okay. Rug punch queen, threading with speed. With Candace around, you've got all you need. Punch, weave, latch, and grin. Candace is here, let the show begin. Blue-eyed Binks likes to steal the scene, curling up cozy on her latest creation. But Candace don't stop, she's on a roll, turning yarn, thread, and wool into works with soul. From swirls to flowers, stripes, and more, her rugs are a hit, fans cheer and roar. She's faster than ever, creative and bright, punching out masterpieces live. Oh, what a sight! Punch that rug, weave that dream. Candace is lightning quick as a beam.